And after that, we head to the office.
June 2022. Everyone is so excited for the mission talk.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my mind. Ma, even not calling. I love you, Shibia.
I see Houston, Texas.
Houston. Yes. Yeah, Houston, go. My Miami. She's Houston. No. Yes, everyone is so excited. Are you ready for this? Okay, good. Hey, young man, where is your t-shirt? You can be different, though. You can be different. Okay. All right. Okay, where are you from? New York. Yeah. Woo! Everyone is so excited. So, hello. Hi. Yeah, I like that. Where are you guys from?
Houston, Texas.
How are you doing? Good. I need that smiling face. Okay, there you go. You gotta be happy. There you go. It's Houston.
Tar Heel Steak.
Tar Heel Steak.
Tar Heel.
Where is Tar Heel?
Oh my God. Geography 101 for you.
Yeah, my right.
North Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I hear some noise from North Carolina? Let's do this again. Are we ready? My name is John Opera. I'm here from San Antonio. Okay. All right.
Wait, can I get a picture? Let me see. Cool.
Odimma, ya gaziri gị.
Rally, North Carolina. We are here.
Thank you very much, Bradley Karen. Really wonderful job. Thank you. Hayward is next. Hayward is next. But I have a slight complaint. When the groups are dancing and you come stand, you are blocking those who are doing it the right way by sitting on their tables. So please, don't come out and stand in front and block those who are sitting down. Stay where you are. Stay where you are. You can see everything. So please, I'm asking everybody, please stay on your seats and enjoy the show. DJ, are you ready with Hayward's music?
Oh my God, Hayward! Yay!
I believe Houston is coming up next. Is that correct? Houston. Let me get ready. No problem. No problem. Think a little money. You earned it. All right, I understand after Houston, you'll be Los Angeles. So Los Angeles, please start getting yourself ready. Houston, watch out. You did Los Angeles, Abia. They were in there, man. Okay, Houston, are you ready? Yes, they are ready. Mr. John, Houston, are you ready? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Houston, Texas. Well done, well done. All right, Los Angeles, get ready because you're coming up next. After Los Angeles, you'll be Baltimore. LA next, Baltimore follows.
Give
Baltimore is coming up next. No? Check. All right, I believe Baltimore is going to do a little skit for us. Do you want the microphone? Who's coming up next? That's San Antonio. Because San Antonio is going to close it out for us. Is there any other group that's dancing? Because when San Antonio dances, we are done. Okay, I'm going to make this appeal. Okay, because it appears some people don't have any respect for others. There are young people who are sitting down here the right way. We don't want anybody standing in front of these young folks who are sitting down doing the right way and blocking them. That's not fair. When I tell you to sit down or move, you need to do that. You need to do that. Let's show some respect here to those who are following rules and regulations. And so, do we have the music for San Antonio ready? Thank you.
Ife
applause to these beautiful Senatorial women. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to hand over the microphone to Mazi Okafor.
We have peso.
I get mentally, I got work. You know, I'm not going to skits. Then with a little bit of dance. So, in here, team man, I'm not going to win Igbo. So, I like the Igbo soon. So, people well known to do. One, you go soon if I can. They want to, I can never move.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start this segment of the program. Could you please, let's pay attention to our children and see what they're doing. And also, whatever money that's sprayed when the group is dancing belongs to the group that's performing. Okay? Belongs to the group. So if you are from Atlanta and you want to make sure your group gets a lot of money, Atlanta, you better get up and start spraying. So the money comes back to you. So, once again, let's pay attention to what they're doing. The central bank is right there. The central bank is open for business. Please. Yes. Okay, here you go.
Oh no. We are just popular wine.
Have you seen
Oh yeah, Jay, go see my own each other.
Oh no, I'm just trying without the.
Baby, na tomato, baby, too fresh like money wine. I don't everybody they wait. I can
or the youth of ICCUSA have something to show by way of fashion to this gathering this evening. And I am calling on Lolo Ajawara to take it from here and assist us in conducting this parade. Ms. Ajawara.
So far on our golf now. So, Umaka in Ambuda, get a fashion show. Unga Bumbarake, I get me her looking bra here. Men don't work at Loro Odobus. So, the Apotara, because all part of it, we should have culture, men are lying. Now, it's a Hana. How you cultural dress, you know, I can because I did it identify. So, Kahana Africa, people support on that. Award, so now we got all the two moderators. Got up to Dr. Eukaria Iwu Anyamu from Houston. Princess Calista Ezokoye from LA. So, Madam Nabaga will moderators, and all Hamaga, all the judges. Those are your own. Thank you. That's everyone. Good evening, everybody. We're going to use the stage, but we may not like stage. The floor is also occupied. We wanted to use the stage. So what do we do? Just use here? Okay, if we use the floor, everybody needs to stay seated so that people in the back can also see. Because if you stand up, those at the back will not see anything. That's why I was advocating for the stage. So good evening, everybody. At this point, we will start the fashion parade, and we will go in alphabetical order. So the first chapter that will come through is Atlanta. And remember that you're going to bring the flashcards for all the children in the order in which they are going to work. And the flashcards should have their name, their chapter, their age, and what they want to become when they are adults. Okay? So Atlanta is going to go first. And our DJ is ready. We need Atlanta. Can I have their cards, please? So before we get the children, we want the judges to, maybe we need to put them in a corner. I need a chair for the judges. You still eating? We'll give you a minute to finish up. Okay. I need Sister Laura. Lolo Nkiru Ujem. And Lolo Priscilla Mbachu. Okay. For the rubric, you're looking at Igbo traditional outfits. What I have on is African, but it's not Igbo. Okay? So just to guide you, so I draw authentic Igbo outfits. There's a lot of children. So so please, the judges, like I said, the first thing is how traditional Igbo is their outfit. Is it authentic Igbo outfit? The second thing is their voice, the way they walk and carry themselves. Are they walking to the rhythm of the music? You're looking at their total appearance. I did a fashion show for. Okay. So basically, you need to look at them. Okay? Are they beautiful? Are their colors coordinated? I want you to be here, you need blue, so we're looking at coordination of all their colors, their total appearance, their voice, their outfits. Every child is going to get something, but we need the best three, the three highest. So rank your rubrics up to 4. Okay, I give you like 4 or 5 things, so 4. The 3 that has the total, the highest number, they will step out at the end and we will ask them questions about Igbo culture. They will give us 2 answers about Igbo customs. We're looking at this continuity, how fast they give you that answer without even thinking about it. Okay? So that's the way we're going to judge first, second, and third. So, DJ, we're ready. Atlanta? Okay. Jimmy, guy, go away. Jimmy, guy, go away. China, so Chukwuma, also from Atlanta. Okay. Ikenna Ohaya. Ikenna Ohaya. Come on, step up. Ikenna Ohaya. Good job. Uche Ohaya. Uche Ohaya. Okay, next is Helala Ejikeme. Helala Ejikeme. Next is Ifeanyi Odenigo. Please clap for them. Ifeanyi Odenigo. He's working majestically. Okay. Arinze Chukwuma is next. Please clap for them, cheer them on. Arinze Chukwuma. Good. Next is Obiajulu Otto. Obiajulu Otto. Okay, clap for him. Next is Ogechi Mbahurike. Ogechi Mbahurike, also from Atlanta. Okay, next is Hayward. Hayward. The first person is Chinedu Eke. Next is Chukwunanso Ude. Chukwunanso wants to be a medical doctor. Ndị na-eleta American aka shirie o. Next is Rosie Sachi Amuzie. Rosie Sachi is a lawyer in Memphis. Rosie Sachi Amuzie. Number 4 is Somachi Uwakwe. Somachi wants to be a child psychologist. Thank you, Somachi. San Antonio. You are not ready. San Antonio. Michael Army. Michael Army. Michael is 17 years old. He wants to be a computer scientist. The next is Chinasa Iwuchukwu. Chinasa Iwuchukwu. Chinasa is 17 years old. She wants to be a registered nurse and anesthesiologist with PhD. Next is Ikenna Okpara. Ikenna Okpara. He is 17 years old. know your allergies. Don't bother. Izuchi Nnaji. Izuchi Nnaji. Izuchi is 14 years old. She's from San Francisco. Her dream job is to be an obstetrician. Next is Munachi Honora. Munachi Honora. Come on, girl. Munachi is 8 years old. She wants to be a doctor. Next is Munachi Iwuchukwu. Munachi Iwuchukwu. Munachi Iwuchukwu wants to be a lawyer. Houston, are you ready? If you're not ready, I'm going to skip you guys. If I call you one more time, you'll be disqualified. The first person is Chikazirin Ago. Chikazirin Ago. Chikazirin, okay. The first
You
one
did-
is
You gotta move back. There are people who are sitting down behind you, please.
Abba. Tiffany Abba. Next is Ordinata Chukwu. Ordinata Chukwu, if you're here, your name must come on. Ordinata Chukwu, clear the way so they can come on. Ordinata wants to be a lawyer and an engineer. Okay. Next is Chikazirin Ago. Chikazirin Ago. We need to see you. Don't cover yourself with the fan. Okay. Chikazirin Ago. She wants to be a lawyer. Next is Chelsea Omobong. Chelsea Omobong. Chelsea wants to be a medical doctor. Next is Princess Ichechukwumora. Princess Ichechukwumora. She wants to be a businesswoman. Next is Kelechi Chimdiota. Kelechi Chimdiota Uche. Kelechi Chimdiota Uche. She wants to be a pharmacist. Next is Chizarame Pere Ago. Chizarame Pere Ago. Chizarame Pere Ago. She wants to be a fashion model and a fashion designer. Next is Michelle Onyeka Martinez. Michelle Onyeka Martinez. She wants to be a neurosurgeon. Next is Chukwu Ajebo, come on. Chukwu Ajebo, she's 6 years old, a first grader, and she wants to be a doctor. Next is Ekene Okwebu. Ekene Okwebu. Ekene is a 13-year-old and she wants to be a pediatrician. She has the humility of a pediatrician. Next is Sochi Okoro. Sochi is 12 years old, a 6th grader, and she wants to be a labor and delivery nurse. Good job. Sochi Okoro. Next is Chinolume Olorumogo. Omu Edingo. She's 15 years old and she wants to be a pediatrician. Next is Uchenna Nekes. Uchenna Nekes. Uchenna is 15. She's a 10th grader and she wants to be an entrepreneur. Next is Chiagosim Omubuya. Chiagosim Omubuya. And I have Goodness Wanda.
That's a typical Igbo tradition. And I'm disappointed that some of you missed it, even some. So I'm going to deal with you guys later. So, based on the question, the first is gone. Based on the questions we asked you, Kelechi Uche came first. The second person is Tiffany Abai, Chelsea Onubogo, and Somachi came top. Okay? 2 of you came top, so you're going to get the same prize, and then you got first, you get second. So thank you, everybody.
LA chapter, wonderful singers, led by Dr. Princess Kalista Ebelechukwu Ezokoye, about to spend some time and entertain us with some wonderful music. So please, come on and do your thing.
ICCUSA, ndị mkpọrọbịa ụwa, ndị nne na nna, ndị youth anyị, amen. Ana m ajụ ọ gịnị ka onye nwe anyị ga-eme n'ikpe? Ana m ajụ ọ gịnị ka onye nwe anyị ga-eme n'ikpe? Onye nwe anyị ga-eme n'ụga na ọpụga na omume ga ihe apụga omume megidere iwu nke Chineke. Onye nwe anyị ga-eme n'ụga na ọpụga na omume ga ihe apụga omume megidere iwu nke Chineke. Ana m ajụ gịnị ka ga-agba ndị ezi omume n'ụwa? Ndị ngọzi nke nna m bịa n'ụgarịbe anyị eze kwadebere. Ana m ajụ gịnị ka ga-agba ndị ajọ omume n'ụwa? Bụ ọnụ ndị ahụrụ ọnụ ndị ejiri ekwesị na dozi ya wụkọ ọnụ tabafufu mgbe ebighị ebi. Imere ya n'ụwa ọnụ tabafufu mgbe ebighị ebi. Ituru ozu n'ụwa ọnụ tabafufu mgbe ebighị ebi. Iburu mmadụ n'ụwa ọnụ tabafufu mgbe ebighị ebi. Ịgbaze n'ụwa ọnụ tabafufu mgbe ebighị ebi. Ọ na-azọpụta m n'elu ọnụ zọpụta m. Leading Nke a bụ ọbara m hụrụ n'anya, mana ihe dị n'ezi mma.
Amazing. People, Kumanaka, Kumanaka.
I know this one. When you go to active 3 months, do you love it?
All right, guys, I think we're ready to go. Okay, so ground rules have been set. I think we're all happy to be here. I'm happy to be here. My name is... Who can guess my name? Oh no, those who know me don't say my name. That's cheating. You're cheating. No? Yeah. My name is... My name is Angel without wings. Now, my dear friends, my name is... My name is Angelbert Schickerer. Now, Angelbert means it's a German word that actually means, again, my trick of pronouncing words, right? It means angel. That half of it is the old German version for the word to shine, to be bright, to be a light. So my name is Angel of Light. Of light. Now that's a big word for all of you, right? So Lambert, the name Lambert will mean Lamb of light. Who wants to talk at this time? All right, good. Thanks for your attention. Lambert would mean the Lamb of God that shines. Exactly. Right? You see, you had the answer and you couldn't say it. You had the answer, you could have just said it. Put your hand and just say it. All right, okay. I was invited here to have a conversation with you guys. I'm a priest. I'm from California. I've been a priest for 2 hours. God should really forbid. You did talk pigeon. Everybody here they talk pigeon. How am I here they talk pigeon? Okay, we'll talk about pigeon. Okay, so Kaila Rulo. Okay, Kaila Rulo. Kaila Rulo. Let's do it. So she couldn't follow. All right.
Yeah, just a little bit.
If I turn you like that, it will be better. Thank you. Like the seat, like your entire seat. So I could see you. My angel. And so I don't have to have him distracting you.
Right.
Yeah. All right, everybody, listen up. I want us to make the final rule before I introduce the Kinsale and we begin. The last rule I want for us to make together as a team is when there will be moments when there will be laughter, like raucous noise, which is okay. It happens everywhere. even where your parents are, it will happen from time to time, but because they're adults, they have learned what you maybe would be learning today, and after that happens, they get back to business. So I would want us to have set ground rules of how to say back to business. Anybody with an idea? We've had the first rule to say no disrespect. You don't have to be rude. I don't have to tell you to put away your phone because I think it just sucks if you have your phone out while we're talking. Somebody said it's pretty rude, so why be rude? You don't want to be rude. Do you want to be rude?
No, sir. No.
I mean, you're not being rude to me, you're just not learning the cool stuff. I said rules don't control you, they help you grow. Right? Said that already. So I want us to get the second ground rule, which from there will kick off. How do we come back to business? If there's laughter, what do I do to make you know, let's get back to work?
1, 2, 3, eyes on me.
1, 2, 3, eyes on me. What? No, we can't hear him. He wants to talk. Give him a chance to talk. He wants to talk. Let's hear him out. Okay? Let's hear you out, gentlemen.
Discipline.
Discipline. All right, okay, so 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is discipline. Yeah. What? Let's hear him out, everybody. Let's hear him out. Hello. All right.
If you hear my voice, clap one.
If you hear my voice, clap one. Okay, so last option.
Here.
I chose already. All right, no. Okay, we take one more option. I can do a song. Yeah. And I have to dance when I do the song. All right, okay. No, put that down there. Number 4. So we have a song.
Number 5.
And what's the last one?
In the youth squint.
In the youth squint. Praise you. Okay, so we have 5 options. Who wants option number 1? Hands up. Don't say anything. Just put your hands up. You count for us. Come on. What's your name?
Oh, my name is Kim.
Okay. They use Quedu. That worked. All right, so he's gonna count, and we'll be democratic here. Okay? We've been democratic from the beginning. Respect, not being rude, being quiet when others are talking. We'll keep that rule. Okay? All right. So he will count for us. I don't want you to say anything. I want you to be most quiet at this time. If there's someone here who wants us to go with the first one, could you raise your hand, please? Could you count for us? Raise your hand. Number 1. Let's be quick. We don't have a lot of time.
You just have a question.
I count
2 people.
I count 2. There's 3.
So who's here for number 2?
Nobody.
I count 1.
Number 3. Who's here for number 3? Number 3 says, if you hear my voice, clap 1. One person. And who is here for number 4 that says I should sing a song to bring our attention? I don't know the song.
I count 3.
4. 5. 6. Alright, and who is here for number 5? They use quick run. All right, so I think I love that too. Now we have a deal. They use quick. All right, so when that happens, we all must be quiet. I heard it too, I did. We'll deal with that. We'll deal with that. All right, everybody. Will you 20? Hey. Question. That works, right? Now, gentlemen, ladies, or ladies and gentlemen, I want us to know we're here for serious business. We've had good 20 minutes to kind of steam us up, put us on track. The idea we've gathered here, like I said at the beginning, is to learn. To learn something that will grow you, will grow me. I am probably ×2 plus everybody's age in here. He is probably ×10. But the idea here is not the age question, which is very important. The idea is the family question, which is exactly why we're here. To learn and to build. The first assignment, which I think the group passed the assignment very well, was when I asked you guys to coordinate and make this place such that you all will be facing this way. In the space of 5 minutes, it was done. That's called personal leadership on all levels. So with that said, I'd like to introduce you to Deacon Sonia Fajode, who is the person coordinating this, and once he will lead us in prayer, and then we'll take up the rest of the activity.
Okay. So first of all, my dear children, I can call you guys children, I'm like at least 10 years older than each one of you, most of you. I want to first of all thank you for agreeing to come here, because the fact that you left everything and then you came in here is an encouragement, and I want to acknowledge it and recognize it. Give yourself a hand of applause. As the Father here said, he has said everything. I should say, I'm from San Jose Diocese also, where he's from. We're from the same diocese. We report to the same bishop. And I'm very grateful to him that he left everything he's doing in the diocese. A very important functions he's doing as a director in the diocese, a very major program to be here. So, before we do the prayer, I want to let you know what I'm really asking God for in this prayer for you. Each and every one of us here is a leader. I'm going to ask the Holy Spirit to awaken the leadership in you. Pay attention to how you recognize that each of us is a leader. We just need to acknowledge it and discover it. A leader in different ways, in different places. So with that, let's stand up and do it. Ask the Holy Spirit to join us.
Hello. We are about to start the youth presentation. Our presentation this year will be on Igbo spirituality. So when all of us hear what is Igbo spirituality, we send our kids out to go research to understand what exactly our forefathers and our we have some housekeeper issues we need to clear up before we get. So our youth research this year try to understand what is Igbo spirituality. So the thing that we want them to do and understand is when you say the Igbo spirituality, they're looking at how our forefathers worship, what they do. How do you compare it to today's modern worship? So our forefathers, they call the name of Ikenga and worship, oracle and cave and all that. You can look at it as the Old Testament when we have what do you call it? altar, an altar of fire or sacrifice. But the modern age that we are now as a Christians, Jesus Christ came into the world and changed the old method of worship. And so today we're going to look at the two versions, what the Christianity is all about, and they will look at first at Igbo spirituality and bring in Christianity. So we'll be looking at the both sides and see how these kids are really very smart. I'm proud of them. And when they're introducing their points, please, I want you to pay very close attention. Hold your class until they finish their presentation. I'm sure their chapters and their parents are very proud of them. They spend a lot of time and hours researching on this. And the ICCUSA also in general are very proud of them. Please, right now I'm going to go ahead and introduce our two moderators. The first moderator is Dr. Kalista Ezokoi. And the second moderator is Obina Aladun from Airwords. Please, can you give them a welcome?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. ICCUSA kwenu. ICCUSA 222 kwenu. Anyage mekwa. We are here again. Yes, our children, they are going to present to us today. And I want to outline to you what they are presenting, just in brief. Their topic is Igbo spirituality. They are going to explain the essence and practice of Igbo spirituality in their own words. What does Igbo spirituality mean to them? In their own understanding, what is the purpose and why is the practice? They will briefly describe the history and conditions of Igbo spirituality to the best of their ability. They will tell us how they can connect Igbo spirituality in their own experiences to modern religious activities. Are there any connections, parallels, or distinctions between Christianity and spirituality? How does spirituality influence our life, our cultures, and our ideas? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand over to, or before I hand over to Brother Obinna, I want to tell you that we have 5 presenters today. The first presenter will be coming from Hayward. Hayward, you are #1 presenter. As I'm calling your names, please get your PowerPoints ready in this number, in this order. Chukwunonso Ude and Hayward #1. Number 2 is Houston. From Houston chapter, Chiamaka Dike. Number 3 is from North Carolina, Kennedy Obimma. Number 4 is from Los Angeles, Goodness 1. And number 5 is from San Francisco. Her name is Chimoge Nzerem. I'm going to hand over to my brother here and co-presenter, Mr. Obinna, to tell us about the journey. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Obinna Aladun, representing Hayward. So I'm actually the Assistant Director for the Youth and Young Adults. So for today's topic presentation, we have a panel of judges. And starting from my right, we have Dr. Chinemere Osuosi. Oh, sister, sorry. All right. Sister Augustine and Madam Osiki. And we have Punet. Oh, Suesi, sorry. The second judge is Kunet Ohaya. Please, if I put your name, forgive me. Sometimes the handwriting is throwing me off. So. And the next judge is Mr. Felix Opera. And the last judge is Nne Ora, Dr. Marcelina Opera. Please give them a round of applause. So to get all started, we have Chubunonso Ude representing Hewo. So we're going to give like a brief biography of Chubunonso.
Thank you, Chubunonso Ude. Howard, are you here? Chubunonso is 16 years old. By the way, you have to be under 18 to participate in this. So you can imagine the hard work they put in there, being the youth. And he's in the 11th grade, and Chubunonso wants to be a medical doctor. Thank you.
Go Haywood!
All right. Okay, I'm Chubunonso Ude, and I'm here to represent the Hayward chapter on the topic of Igbo spirituality. And so before I begin, I think it's really important to have a brief description or background about what Igbo spirituality really is. And so first I want to say, Igbo people have been practicing spirituality before Christianity came to Igbo. In fact, this belief goes way back before modern Christianity, as this topic is deeply enriched in our roots and in our history. And what is Igbo spirituality? Igbo spirituality is really the understanding of the nature of existence, the nature of consciousness, and the nature of the self and soul as.
Please do not applaud, please. They have only 10 minutes. If you disrupt them by clapping for them, you're going to delay him from continuing. And he's going to lose the time. As soon as it is 10 minutes, he must stop. But he can continue, but lose some points. Thank you. You start over.
Alright, to start over. I'm Chubunonso Ude, and I'm going to be representing the Hayward chapter on the topic of Igbo spirituality. Like I said before, I think it's very important to have some background knowledge about the topic of Igbo spirituality. So firstly, Igbo people have been practicing spirituality way before Christianity came to Igbo land. And as I said, it is deeply enriched in our roots and in our history. And Igbo spirituality is really the understanding of the nature of existence, the nature of consciousness, and the nature of the self and soul, as said perfectly by Mr. Ume. It is important to note that Igbo spirituality is not idol worship. Important to Igbo spirituality is the concept of God or a greater being, as we know, who is Chukwu, and also Chi, which is basically everyone's individual God or guiding spirit that is connected to Chukwu. For example, two siblings of the same parents may have different Chis, but they still share the same Chukwu. Since Chukwu is connected to everything's Chi, that basically means everything containing Chi is quite literally able to exist by the power of Chukwu. So, this goes hand in hand with another key concept of Igbo spirituality, and that is the unity of all creations. Since all of our Chis are connected to God, we are all basically connected to We are basically all connected because of God. Alright. To me, Igbo spirituality means a mixture of different aspects. These aspects blend together in order to create our spirituality. Firstly, an aspect I believe to form our spirituality is relationships with others and the community. This is essential in order for Igbo spirituality, because in our culture, connectivity and peace are important, and we must maintain that in order to maintain our own spirituality. Another is the awareness of purpose and value of life, as it brings insight and critical thinking which is needed to form our own spirituality. The last aspect that makes up our spirituality is culture. On a daily basis, culture decides many of the decisions and processes. For example, culture decides what we eat and how we think. It is common for us Igbo people to value respect over anything, and as a result, it changes our brains to encompass the value of respect in order to make decisions. Culture is one of the main aspects that influence and alter our spirituality, says Stanford anthropologist Tanya Lerman. She says that spirituality is shaped through culture, through cultural understandings, and she finds that social, bodily, and cultural contexts shape and give meaning to spiritual experiences. As you can see from my example, culture has a very important role in our lives and combined with other aspects to create our Igbo spirituality. To me, the purpose of Igbo spirituality is we use it in order to function and make decisions and bring clarity to the mind or questions about life. I view it almost like morals that help us guide us to a situation, but in this case, these morals are really our Igbo spirituality. For example, there will be differences when comparing an Igbo person's spirituality to a different foreign person's spirituality. We have certain values that our parents and society instill in us that helps guide our spiritualities. These values will be different from the foreign person's values, therefore making Igbo spirituality different from the other foreign spirituality. And it's important to know that Igbo spirituality is very distinct and it's very different from many other spiritualities. With this Igbo spirituality, we are able to understand life's greater purpose and have a sense of peace, wholeness, and balance among the physical, emotional, social, and spiritual aspects of our lives. It helps us with numerous situations, like making decisions about relationships with one another in the community. What makes Igbo spirituality so different from other spiritualities is our focus on God and peace. And why do we practice Igbo spirituality? It helps us make decisions, as I said before. It gives us a sense of peace and gives meaning to our lives. It shapes our relationships with ourselves, others, and the environment. It also helps explain our existence as the Igbo people. Igbo spirituality dates as far back as when Igbo civilization first started. According to researchers and studies from the Iowa State Museum of Art, Igbo civilization was estimated to have begun between 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, meaning that Igbo spirituality has been practiced for thousands of years, outdated what we call modern Christianity. Like I said before, Igbo spirituality is deeply enriched in our blood and history. This shows the longevity of Igbo spirituality, as it has been used in the same ways as it was used thousands of years ago. Igbo spirituality, to me, when compared to Christianity, is almost the same, as the main topics kind of coincide with one another, as we both, in Christianity and Igbo spirituality, believe of a higher being, and we both worship that higher being, and we both live our lives in order to please the higher being. And by pleasing the higher being and living our lives in their image, we are able to live our own lives to the fullest. But there are some differences, as a distinction between the two is that Christianity is more organized and believes to be used and shared by a whole community. But with Igbo spirituality, everyone's spirituality isn't really the same, as it is more based on the individual. Everyone's spirituality can be different than Igbo spirituality. With Igbo spirituality, we are able to live a life of peace and understanding by allowing it to influence our lives, culture, ideals, and other aspects. Thank you.
Thank you so much. with his presentation. So now we're calling on Houston chapter, Ms. Chiamaka Dike. Ms. Chiamaka Dike, the elegant young lady. She's from Houston chapter, only 16 years of age, 11th grader, and she wants to be a lawyer. Now you can clap for her. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. But when she starts, please give her time. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Vivo Ndewo. Aha Chiamaka Dike. In the Igbo Catholic community, Houston, Texas. Bishop Wombo, Igbo spirituality. I think I can speak for most of us when I say that we are so focused on today's practices and religions that we never get a chance to really look back at what our ancestors did and how they lived their lives. So I would say that our ancestors practiced Igbo spirituality, but what exactly does that mean? From what I've learned, Igbo spirituality focuses on three powerful beings. God, who is called Chukwu, spirits and deities, Alishi, and our ancestors, Ndinanani. Chukwu Abiyama, God that reveals truth. Like I said before, Chukwu is an Igbo god. He's believed to have created the earth and all things on it. Chukwu was a god to be idolized and worshipped, which leads me to our next topic, Odinala. The traditional Igbo religion is called Odinala. This term translates to inherit in the land. The land is a sacred place that Chukwu created for humans, animals, spirits, and elements to occupy. This practice dates back to the beginning of Igbo people living in Nigeria, and the practice focuses on Chukwu being the main god, and his deities allows participants to spiritually connect with God, their ancestors, and their inner selves. Okay, so when it comes to Igbo spirituality, there are some basic beliefs. One of these beliefs is called Ejo Ubundu, which means truth is life. There's this Igbo spirituality, it's basically saying that you need to be true to yourself and not lie to other people. In Igbo, there's a saying that goes, Mbe madu, not to onye ozaga.
I want to tell you that you have all the time. You're gonna start, she wants to continue. She's gonna start all over. Her time will start counting all over. That was not her fault. That's why she's nervous. So don't worry, we got your back, mommy. Okay? We got your back. Take a deep breath. wants to continue, and that's better for him. Thank you. Please clap for her.
Igbo, ndewo. I'm Igbo Catholic Community, Houston, Texas. Today I'll be presenting to you Igbo spirituality. So I think I can speak for most of us when I say that we are so focused on today's religion and our practices today that we never have time to look back on what our ancestors did. Well, I can tell you that our ancestors practiced Igbo spirituality. But what exactly does that mean? So Igbo spirituality focuses on three main beings who hold power. These beings are God, who is called Chukwu, deities and spirits, Alushi, and ancestors, Indignanani. Chukwu Abiyama is believed to be the God that reveals truth. He created the earth and everything on it. The traditional Igbo religion is called Odinala, and this term means inherent in the land. It's where God created the land for humans, spirits, animals, and elements to live on. A brief history of Igbo spirituality. So, Odinala dates back all the way to when Igbos first were in Nigeria. And this practice just allows each individual to have a deep connection with God, the spirits, and themselves. In Igbo, there are many beliefs, and these are the beliefs that they practice. One of them is Ejo Ubuntu. And this basically means truth is life. In Igbo, there's a saying that goes, in Igbo, there's a saying that goes, Mbe madu natu onye ozaka, mkuraka ndi ozo natu onye ahuaka. This is basically saying that if you point your finger at someone else and you're lying, the rest of your fingers are pointing back to you, so the truth will eventually reveal itself. And also another rule is the golden rule that says, do unto others as you have to do unto you. And in Igbo, there's a saying, one more and maybe delay one madu and maybe delay one more. So both of these beliefs just leads me to the rest of my points. So in Igbo spirituality, they also believe in gods and deities. One of these gods is called Amadioha, and he is believed to be the god of thunder and lightning. So for example, if someone was lying and they swore to God that they weren't lying, Amadioha would be believed to strike lightning in the air. That's how they would know that someone was lying. Additionally, there's another goddess called Allah, and she is the goddess of earth, and she protects all the life that is on land. It's actually a coincidence that my mother's maiden name is Alakwe, and this dates back to a long time ago where my ancestors, their children kept dying and dying, and my great-grandfather was named Alakwe in hopes that the land would let his children live, and it's by the grace of God I'm standing here presenting you. Good gods and goddesses, there's also evil Igbo spirits. For example, Ekwensu is believed to be the devil in Igbo, similar to Christianity's Satan. And finally, there's also the word chi, which is said to be a fractal representation of the word chuku. And it's also believed that chi resides in each individual, and it's like their soul in Christianity. It takes a lot of time and practice to know all of these terms, and one of the most wise people in a village is a Bibia, who is a master of knowledge and wisdom. And so these people use their spirituality and all their wisdom to heal other people, and they're very trained with their religion and practices. Introduction of Christianity. Christianity was originally brought to Nigeria by the Portuguese in the 15th century, but at that time, it wasn't really understood how they can help the Nigerians. So the Nigerian people, the Igbo people just decided that they don't want to follow Christianity, so they ignored the Igbo people. They ignored the Christians, and they kept going with their own religion. But then Christianity was reintroduced by the British when they were colonizing Nigeria. A prime example of this happens in the book Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe. This book tells the story of Okonkwo, who is an Igbo man, and he's living a life where he sees Christians, missionaries come into Nigeria and invade where he lives. So he's seeing his life literally fall apart right in front of his eyes. So he's wondering, should I join Christianity so I stay true to myself? So it's really just an internal conflict with his stuff. Igbo spirituality versus Christianity today. So we've seen that Christianity and Igbo spirituality are very different, but there are also some parallels. For example, both Igbo spirituality and Christianity are believed to have one main God who created the earth. They both believe in honesty, good, and evil. They both have a devil figure, and they both believe that sin lowers the chance of a happy afterlife. So does Igbo spirituality conform or disintegrate the church? I believe that Igbo spirituality does neither. Today, Christianity is one of the biggest religions in the entire world, so they don't really they don't really get influenced by other folk traditions and cultures. And does Igbo spirituality correlate with Christian practices? As we saw in the previous slide, it does have some things that they do have in common. Conclusion. In conclusion, Igbo spirituality revolves around the creator of the earth, Chukwu, and focuses on connections between God, ancestors, and spirits. It follows rules that are more common to us today, and it ultimately is a way for Igbo individuals to connect with the spirits, the earth, and themselves. Igbo spirituality influences us to have faith in God and everything around us. With this practice in mind, we as Igbos are more connected with our culture and our beliefs.
Okay, this is just number two. For Miss Dike. Miss Dike, thank you so much. So we're gonna call on number 3 presenter from North Carolina, Mr. Kennedy Obima. Mr. Kennedy Obima is 17 years old. Like I said, from North Carolina. He's in the 12th grade, and he wants to be a software engineer. Put your hand together! Thank you. The stage is yours.
Ndị Igbo ekene mụ. Afọ m bụ Kennedy Obima, esi na Mkpoleti n'aka Anambra State. Na tata achọghị m presentation maka Igbo spirituality. meaning and practice of Igbo spirituality. Ordinary Igbo is based on the belief that there is only one God, Onyabuna Wofuchi. People believe that each person has their own personal spiritual guardian called Chi, appointed to them before at the time of their birth. Beliefs. Nobody is greater than their own God. Beliefs. Nobody is greater than their own God. The Chi remains with them for the rest of their lives on earth. The person's Chi is a personification of that person's success, failures, and misfortunes. Usually, in the morning, the father would wake up, go to the shrine and give thanks, go to the shrine and pray to his Chi on behalf of his family. He would go there, pray for success, prosperity upon his family. As you can see, the father is praying to the shrine before every man on the February Chia. As you can see in this slide, you can see the shrine. History of Igbo spirituality. The number of people practicing Igbo religion decreased drastically in the 20th century due to the impact of Christian missionaries. The practice were demonized by Christian missionaries who pointed out the practice of human sacrifice and some other cultural practices that are seen as illegal under the new colonial government. Earlier missionaries referred to these practices as devilish or fetish because they didn't think that it was correct, that it didn't correlate with Christianity. As you can see in this picture, the Christian missionary preaching to the Nigerians, we're behind a Juba. Circumstances and beliefs. Patron spirits serve as guardians of hunters, farmers, and fishermen, medicine men, and other professional guides. We all know that. If you don't know, medicine man is Divya. Marine spirits inhabit rivers and streams. The Igbo people believe that during festivals, spirits visit the world as guests in forms of masquerades, Anakwaya Mao, and entertain the people. As you can see in this slide, each other masquerade, Mao each other. You can see in this slide, the people are sitting down and watching it as it entertains them with its dances. Deities and spirits. The Creator can be approached through powerful deities such as Allah, Ikenga, Amadra. Allah, as many people, as you guys may know, is the god of fertility. Allah is a feminine spirit who is responsible for morality and fertility. Allah stands for fertility in things that generate life, including water, stone, vegetation. In some places, Eke is considered a sacred and tame agent of Allah and a pillar of good fortune when found in the home. The python is referred to as Nne, mother, in areas where the python is revered. Killing a python is expressly forbidden in these places and could lead to punishment. This is a shrine or a figure of Allah. Ikenga is the god of warriors or war. Ikenga is a personal embodiment of human endeavor, achievement, success, and victory. Ikenga is grounded in the belief that the power for a man is to accomplish things. Usually, men refer to Ikenga when they're out or going to battles or to war. They pray to Ikenga for success. They offer Thanksgiving. Offerings and thanksgiving are given to the figure in hope of success and victory in battle for good leadership. Amadra is the god of thunder. Amadra is the expression of divine justice and wrath against taboos and crimes. When giving oaths, he is referred and sworn by and strikes down those who swear falsely with thunder and lightning. Like the unfortunate Igbo clause, Kamadio Hapabukwegi. Similarities to Christianity. We can associate the spirituality of Igbo and Christianity because they both believe in one God. He is omnipotent. That is, as it dates back to that. Both religions have a personal relationship with God. Both faiths acknowledge that they have angelic guardianship of one another. Both religions have angels or messengers sent forth to them to preach. Modern day effects of Igbo spirituality. To see that due to Christianity, Igbo spirituality is not seen the same way anymore. People see it as a devilish practice, but some practices still remain, like New Year festivals and the coming out of masquerades. Masquerades are mostly seen for entertainment purposes now, and everyone comes out to see them. Perform, regardless of your religion. You see many religions at festivals, events like New Year Festival, and you come out, you see them running away. You can see the children running away from the masquerades. And you can see, this is the masquerade. Ajofia, Agaba, Izege. Exactly. So, in conclusion, my summary for this presentation is that Igbo spirituality is not as popular as it was back then. Due to Christian missionaries, they came in, they saw Igbo spirituality as, let me say, a fetish act, and they changed up many things. But some practices still remain, like New Year festivals and masquerades. And these are my sources. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy spent 8 minutes to deliver his presentation. You can clap again. Feel free. Very free. Okay. The next on our list is Miss Goodness One from Los Angeles. Please clap for our young daughter, Miss Goodness One from Los Angeles. Los Angeles, make some noise. That's what I'm talking about. Miss Goodness is 17 years old, and she's in the 11th grade. And she wants to be a medical doctor.
I have the best wonder. Come welcome on to this 19th ICCUSA conference now over San Antonio, Texas. Welcome. It's your for spirituality. First of all, Ajumbo, Guinea spirituality. Spirituality is more Ninianaka. Can we hear na efficiently? Ne dozikwa asifani na contrary Igbo spirituality. The Igbo spirituality based on the condition that our future generation they follow the Igbo culture, which bases its belief on the one true God. The Igbo spirituality, but never is where Omenala, Ndochie, our ancestors, Habrani, Kani, Bata, Mana, Izukwa, Yanubian. God had a one na Agaya Mata, has to be. The essence of Igbo culture helps remind the future generations to always remember who they are and where they come from, and also pushes them to continue this rich culture of our Igbo omenala, and also to prepare them not to run away from the Igbo culture, but to embrace it. Igbo Amaka, because it appears that the Igbo spirit is strong and continues to grow bigger now as we have the ICCUSA spread across the world in unity to spread the essence of our Igbo spirit. The practice of the Igbo spirituality is to unify our Igbo people and spread the word of our strong spirit and to remember our ancestors of them, and also to show how far we can come with our Igbo spirit. Igbo spirituality is based on the religious belief of the spiritual guardian called Chi Mobumo. Chi Abuchina Nonera Tupa Wine Mamushano. Ndị nwanyị kwere na otu Chineke kere niile n'eluigwe ma n'elu ụwa. Igbo spirituality na-focus na ụfọdụ values na our community, family, irube isi, ndụ, inwe obiọma n'ebe mmadụ anyị nọ. Furthermore, we cannot talk about the Igbo spirituality without mentioning important deities or lesser gods through which the people channel their concerns, ask for favors, yearnings, and aspirations, as it is achieved through the medium of rituals, offerings of kola nuts, devotion to at peace these gods, and sought their interventions in all of their important events, like Ikwaka, Ibajapu, Ikoji, Osi, name it all, Umuhinda, na Imekwa offerings, like harvest, bazaar, kind of way during December time, mining events. They also ask for hitch-free celebrations during young festivals, Iwa wars, and myriad of other duties and activities that society engages in, which are all aimed at maintaining a strong and cohesive Igbo society. In Igbo cosmology, the one name that is emphasized over and over again is a symbolic reference to Chi Yakushineki, a very powerful concept in Igbo spirituality. Another powerful concept in Igbo spirituality is Dibias and the Abu Festival, which we normally see in like movies, where it's like the priest chants all this which is this, no, that, and it's quite far, we were at the time, and it's mother, and they got no, they won't mother, yeah, where, and become more masculine. I don't like it more a lot. Okay, next one. In connection to the Igbo spirituality in today's modern time, we can relate the Igbo spirit to our current organization, which is known as ICCUSA, where we unify as one Igbo union to glorify God, spread our culture further, and forever honor the hard works of our ancestors. In today's society, we use the features inherited by our ancestors to know our Igbo people, which includes Asiswan Igbo, now Osike, Ofufan Kwanyere Christianity, which is here Okoranye Iba, Gemere and Naha ICCUSA. In some situations, we might have a newborn that looks exactly like our ancestors. In this situation, we call it reincarnation, like in Maga say, Onya, I know quite at times. Like, yeah. Okay, now I'm going to say in my grandma, so I'm going to The Dibias will perform incarnations, which is Iwafa or Aku, and chants, calling the spirits of the ancestors to reveal who it is that has come back to life, which is Himkuga, Mother A, reincarnated. The name of the ancestor is revealed to the chief priest, Ezemo, which is Onyina Achan Trinidad, usually when he goes into a trance. Next, I believe that spirituality comes within ourselves, while Christianity comes within a group of people with the same beliefs. In order to truly appreciate the cultural heritage and practices of our people, it might interest you to know that a lot of the traditional ceremonies of the Igbo are also found in the Old Testament of the Christian Bible, giving credence to the belief that Igbo is an offshoot of the Jewish people or vice versa. What we know is that Eri, regarded as the patriarch of the Igbo, is the ninth son of Gad, the great-grandson of Abraham. It is therefore not surprising that we have shared traditions with the Jews. Other similarities in both Igbo and Judeo-traditional religious practices include the following: mourning the dead for 7 market days, celebrating new moon, and forbidding of clean food. The Igbo spirituality in general helps us to learn more about ourselves and also to now be able to appreciate the cultures of others. The Igbo spirituality is a concept that keeps improving day by day, with education as it helps us learn about different other cultures that makes us want to keep the strong Igbo spirit flowing. Our Igbo culture, our people is our culture, and as Igbos, we are carrying that spirit through the organization of ICCUSA and our many other organizations within the church, which includes like ICWO, Region of Mary, I don't know, I've before. Yeah, secondary school, when in Nigeria. Okay, our Igbo spirit has come a long way and will continue to grow because our generation are learning and growing in these values that define our Igbo women. In fact, at a major ndị na nna ka anyị na-agba mbọ nke ọma na-ahụ na ụgbọ anyị buwere Igbo omenala anyị na-agbasakwa ya ebe dị iche iche through this ICCUSA and every other organizations in the church. Thank you.
Number 5 presenter and the last for the evening. I don't remember. Kowanaka. You put on the mother. She is 16 years old and she is 11th grader. And she also wants to be in the medical field. Please put your hands together for her.
Igbo kwe? Igbo kwe? Igbo kwe? So I guess they say the best for last. Ahabo Chimoge Nzerem. I am from the San Francisco chapter. This is my presentation on Igbo spirituality. The essence and practice of Igbo spirituality is that I believe God is everything and God becomes a part of your everyday life. Igbo people use sacrifices such as animals, but Igbo also use oracles and coconut. In my understanding, Igbo spirituality means health. For example, onye nwere madoka, onye nwere ego, meaning health is wealth and vice versa. Another one is success, meaning you are happy and content with God. Longevity is having a long life because you are healthy. In my understanding, the purpose of Igbo spirituality is all about God, trusting and believing in the works and deeds of God. The practice of Igbo spirituality is the belief in justice based on fairness. By justice, I mean God loves us all and treats us all the same. Example, in school, home, and everyday life. By fairness, I mean being truthful and just is very important. The history behind Igbo spirituality is that it is handed down by our forefathers and is passed through many generations. In Igbo, Chi and Chineke means God. It is all about peace, it is all about divinity, and it is holy and spiritual. Coconut and wine are used to connect with spirits during special occasions and ceremonies. In Nigeria, they use animals as sacrifices. However, in Igbo churches here in America, they bring offerings such as food to the altar. Connections between Christianity and spirituality is that spirituality is a belief and Christianity is a practice. Thank you all.
Put your hands together. You spent 3 minutes for your presentation. Clap for her, please. Put your hands together. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, did you enjoy the presentations? Did we all have good time, great time? Our children are the future. The future we are looking for, we are planning for. So I use this opportunity to thank all the coordinators, youth and young adult coordinators. You people are marvelous. Please clap for everybody, especially our dear mother, Mrs. Lala Ngozi. Come on, Mama, come on here. Thank you. This was a very tough decision to give the children this topic. But finally they did it. They hit the nail on the head, even more than the adults could do. So right now we're going to give some time to the judges to get the decision together, and they will tell us tonight who the winners are among the 5. Okay, but everybody is a champion though. Mama, thank you.
Initially, when I picked up this topic, I was told it is too broad. The young adults, no, the youth, this is too much for them. They're not going to be able to research or present because it's too broad. What are they going to start? But thank God for my coordinators. They took it, they challenged the kids, and voila, look at what we have today. I thank God Almighty. Our kids, they did a marvelous job, more than I can think. At the beginning, this topic, the first name I gave it was Igbo mythology. So, my coordinator said, this is too much, okay, let's think more. I came up with Igbo spirituality. Then I consulted Dr. Koko, who is the lead for convention planning committee. So Dr. Koko, this is the topic my children are going to be researching on. She said, no, you know, I went for 2 days conference in London. This is too much. But he came along, he gave his inputs, and he gave his blessing. And today, Dr. Koko come up and they summarize this presentation and research. Please, can you guys give him a...
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Law and the judges. Thank you very much. And the young, or the youth, I'm really impressed. Thank you very much. Good job. When I said according to what Adela said, because the tendency or the perception of people's spirituality or movie, which is wrong out of faith. It has nothing to do with people's spirituality. So we sat down, we went through it, we narrowed it down, said it's a good start. It will broaden their view and thinking. That is the main purpose of world view. I will not try to go beyond the level as the children handle their topics today. I'm impressed. We will stop at that level. Yeah. First of all, I want to let us know spirituality is different from religion. They are two different things. Okay. And in nature, some of you, I know some of you here, are into religion research. It is coming around to be accepted. Now, Igbo will still go. Because all the other religions in the world or cultures, whatever they do, bring it back, they find it in Igbo spirituality. And they want to talk about spirituality, but world view. We're not talking about the practice, because some people get confused. Maybe they get you, they get away with the those are practices. Those are not, it's a component, but we're talking about world view, of cosmology, as you may like to say. So, basically, the spirituality, the most spirituality, lays or starts on two basic principles. Or if you like, elementary principles, but it goes beyond that. First, is that the world, everything in this world, whether it's living or non-living, has it. Two, that we live in a world of finality. Everything comes in two. It's only God that is one. Every other thing, for the world to work or move around, it has to be two. A man and a woman, for it to move, for anything to happen. So in life, Igbo has developed this system and believed in it from the time of the warriors. Of course, as we were into this confusion of Igbos and Jews, this is a very, not a very good place to make comparison, but there's no comparison. You cannot get the father from the son. The son comes from the father. So so there's no way Igbo to come from the Jews. That is ruled out. And the two, I want to touch on some components of Igbo's worldview. When you hear the word Dibia, a lot of people conclude it is medicine man. No. In Igbo worldview, Dibia is the bottle of knowledge. Inside it, you have different alcohol, different different kinds of Dibia. And it takes time to do. Dibia, how will he because you want to be one? No. Just like it cannot be a doctor, engineer, lawyer, teacher because you want to be one. No. It has to be guided through it. It's a process, a very detailed process. So don't think Nigerian Nollywood, when they show you some people with their color and chop on their eye, it has nothing to do with Dibia. It has nothing to do. Today we have modern Libyans who are professors in their different fields. It is a mindset. People who can explain the world completely. Those are called Libyans, not necessarily what they tell us. As I I said, we will try as much as we can take this to this at this level. But I want to thank you. Please continue to be curious, continue asking questions, continue reading. That is the only way forward. Every other thing you have is good, but the more you research, the more you read, the more you become to know the difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, we know you have a lot to give us in addition to what our children will. Okay. So does anybody want to add anything while we are waiting for the judges? Do you have any view to share? We have a chance, 5 minutes. We have 5 more minutes for them to put things together. Anybody want to say something with Igbo spirituality? Thank you.
Okay, I'm not saying much. Igbo spirituality and Igbo. Oh my God, ndị Igbo anyị nwere mmụọ na-achị ha. And mmụọ na-achị anyị na-enyere anyị aka ime anyị shiri ya. Ime otu ị ga-esi eche echiche, ime otu si eme omume. N'ihi na ihe a ihe si n'aka nna nna anyị ha wepụtara anyị si n'aka site n'aka nke anyị na ọ ga-esikwa n'aka anyị gafee ụmụaka anyị sikwa n'aka ụmụaka anyị gafee kpọtụ n'ụbọchị ọwụwa bụ. So ọ dị mkpa na anyị na-ewere ya asị ihe dị mkpa. Mana the area a na-emetụ wụ na omenala Igbo anyị na efu na ha ọ na-ewute n'elu. Anyị o ji ewute ndị enyi ahụ na asụsụ anyị na ha efu. Ojiji anyị na ha efu. And ihe ndị anyị na-efu na ha anyị na-eruzula identity anyị. We are fast losing our identity and we don't know it. And it's so sad. Because ị ga-anọ ebe a, o nwere ihe ma mkpọrọ na Nigeria. Na-asụ nwatakịrị Igbo, ya na-asụ Bekee. Maasị ndị ama m sa na ama n'obodo, mana sụrụ n'Igbo abụọ na ọ bụ chọrọ elu. Because a chọrọ si ụmụaka na ụmụ ka ịsọrọ m Igbo ha gbata ebe ha si Igbo. Achọrọ m ka anyị na-asụ Igbo. Achọrọ m ka anyị na-eji ojiji anyị. Ojiji anyị na-eme anyị ihe. Asụsụ anyị na-eme anyị ihe. Anyị na-enwe problem ịhụ ụmụ anyị identify as ndị chebe dị otu ahụ ya. Anyị ga-ekwere otu ihe si eme na Naịjirịa ya dịzi anyị ka o wepụ ebe anyị forget it. Ihe ga-agba otu ya si ọ dịkata ndụ ọ ga-echekwa dị mma. Ka anyị nwee olileanya na ihe ga-adị mma. Mana ọ dị mkpa biko. Ọ dịghị mma na nwa amụrụ n'ala Igbo bi n'ime Owerri ga na-asụ Bekee. Ị bịara ebe ahụ si nna iteela ya na-ele ya anya ka a ga-asị na isi na ime ọnwa. Mama ya sị ọ na-asụ Bekee, ọ na-asụ Igbo, ọ na-anụ Igbo. What? Ọ na-anụ Igbo. Ọ bụ onye Igbo. O bi n'ala Igbo. Ọ na-anụ Igbo. Ya ebe ọ ga-asị ma o si ebe a pụọ. We need to identify ourselves. Very, 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 very important. Ọ na-ewute everything very okay. Ọ dịkwa onye na-ahụ ịkwa akwa ahụ. Ọ dịkwa onye na-ahụ ịcha. Abịazie chọọchị ugbu a, ama m ọma anyị na-eji traditional abịa azụ Sunday. Abịa chọọchị, everybody, ndị ebe ka anyị pati shọtụ na chọọchị. Ọwụ omenala anyị ebe anyị shiri gaa. Mana ọtụtụ anyị ndị anyị na-eme. Anyị ndị ebe anyị ejigo ka anyị ji ejiga. Ihe chiri ka ha naghị ejigazi na ụmụ ebe anyị shi. Ụmụ ebe anyị shi. Ụmụ ebe ọ na-achị anyị. But different people, a people set up, a selected people, and a people who are without a bad head in mind. People can find them without it. I can't stop the time to put all the things. Oh, yeah, I have not whose job people want to identify. We need to know. Because you have some trouble with our car. Always your people are in that. In the action, I work in those days. My mother, I have a look for the thing that I didn't have. But all the little ones, they get a better one. na-eji agba ọgwụ ego emeke ka emepekwa ọzọ ihe anyị ji nwanne Igbo wee rụọ aka n'uche ọrụ ike sọksidi na-eme ihe na-eme ọnwụghị rụrụ aka n'ihe ji ahụ emecha ya ụfọdụ na-ebe ụgwọ afọ n'obi so biko na obodo ka anyị chiri anya chiri anya ndụ na-adị ndị Igbo mkpa we value life more than any other thing and I expect us to continue to do so biko na obodo Igbo amaka ndị obodo
Madam Catherine Wogo, Mamma Bego. By that time, we because I don't like them on the island, it is Catherine. All to the dead moon, June, I'm an American. Money Igbo, Igbo American. Again, what doesn't take America to go and live on okay, they die. Now, when they were professors, and I have a padilla, who lawyers, I have a padilla. If I'm a kid, did they say you can have a she got here to wear a car. Macani wear something, Hana one hour. Happily, what I'm telling, Gana Hapo. He can't happen, he gets a car. He weren't getting, he weren't getting up. She got here on the truck. Where Dorothy? What are the matter? Yes. People in Bamaka. I want to Nigeria you have. How do you? Parents are here with excuse. No excuse. You need to stop paying attention to only your time and yourself. Give this to our children. Catch them young. Catch them young because they blame us at the end. What their parents. So can't too much. We just decided to man now. When make a call, my condition go, and we're going to manage work, and my unit permission. Money had to have 2 minutes. Number 1 go, Mr. Ikechuku Eya, because he has something to tell us for 2 minutes. And after him, one more, and that's the final one.
So, I said, I'm Ikechuku. So, I'm in Igbo State and in California, San Jose chapter. So, well, for this topic in the youth, I was very excited because it's a very deep topic. And the deepness is far-reaching, especially the way it applies to us as both Igbos and also Christians. So, spirituality is the way we relate to God, ultimate reality. And Igbo spirituality is very extensive and influential in the way we, even as Igbos, we practice faith. So, if you look very well, you see that from the presentation that given to us, one thing come across, and that is the pragmatic nature of Igbo spirituality. Spirituality is not a theory, so it's something that people do. If it's not working for them, they will change it. They will switch it to something else. You know, you see that sometimes our people they enshrine different gods. You know, so when one god is not working, they will use it as firewood, and then you get another one. You know, so and you see that that mentality is imported into the way we practice Christianity. So if you see our people, sometimes you see how people jump from one church to another, in search of something. So it's that mentality. So sometimes we think that African spirituality is gone, it's dead because of Christianity. It's not true. So it's very much alive and it's influencing the way we practice our own faith. You see that sometimes people actually don't have a lot of faith in Christianity, the more that they have in African traditional religion. You see that sometimes even Catholics have juju in their homes. They go at night, practice something, come back at the church and do something else. So if you ask for where people have a lot of people, not everyone, has allegiance, they have allegiance in a lot of faith in African traditional religion, the principles of African traditional religion, the promises of African traditional religion, and every other thing that is concerned with it. So they feel like that is who they are. If you ask them, they say that Oka Romena and Mandiocha, that's what you hear most of the time, Oka Romena and Mandiocha, Mana Omena and Keban, Onyawa. So our people believe so much in the principles of traditional religion, even when they convert to Christianity. So the reason why I say this is that it's something that needs to guide our inculturation in the church does not reject principles of traditional religion, but we are encouraged to take the best things that are good in our religion and strengthen our Christian faith in that. Thank you so much.
Wow! That's another area. Well, what quite different. On our body, Iganaba, Hapurusis and Kia, if Japana Nabuloka, Mutineke. It is the one came at Tarella and I say, you mother to Mamma. Go on asking with tasting mother, Pia, Emilia, Opinion. So you were in I can meet Wake, Itikoya na sacrament I believe on the Oka Catholic. You were in Kemari had a Lonia or the Amma, Mayor Wiggy. He gave a one late or a Yamma, Emenia Madu. You were here in order to look at the day life. Oh, you want to buy because I call me one more time. Then I was the last person, my people now for you, people now, you know, get spent ever for 2 minutes. At time I did the game. Come here, pull up my mother poor. That's why I'm giving Sir Paul to tell about the time. Thank you. Yes, that's the one of my California, California, but I'll watch it.
Never one time, but to do the religion, people, I want to start by thanking the young and the youth for the wonderful work they do. They did not so well because that's a very difficult topic for young people. I want to add a little something to everything that was we've been saying so far. Some of us are privileged to know our parents who are dead already. If they were to be alive now, they would have been like 100 years old. And we were privileged again to know their elder brothers who were probably born in the late 18th century. So what am I trying to say? Quickly, the Igbo spirituality we're talking about, when about two phases now, the old one and the new one. When we were little, we meet at the Obi, where the elders come together and practice this spirituality. We have the 8th grade. They perform their rituals, and they share things, and they do the incantations. That is before the coming of Christianity. Now, in those areas that I know at the time, I'm in a tropical rainforest, where the Igbo environment is limited to your own area. Not now where you are linked to other areas. So for the young people, what we are seeing now with the transitional period, where we now have Igbo spirituality merging with Christianity. So that connection is what we are weaving together. How they connect with the modern time, but then with the old one. And the challenge we have is how do we continue to embed the two? Thank you.
And now we have come to the end of the beginning of the summary. And Mommy, please, I call on Dr. Ford to give us the summary. Thank you, Mama.
Yes, sir. For the benefit of our children, let me merge it with English and English together so they can understand. The children, our children, we have really done well. Thank you. In this presentation, I want to thank the organizer too. You have done well here. It's not easy to teach children this type of topic. They are still in high school. And to talk about Igbo spirituality is a tough subject. You have done well. I don't know what the prize is, but I'm going to stop $5 for each one of you. The judges were given a rubric. That means they have to look at the delivery. How it was delivered, eye contact, blah, blah, blah. Then the content, everything that is involved in it, how we understood, how the clarity too. The enthusiasm of the presenter and the rest of them. So that rubric focus on that Igbo spirituality. We have to explain the meaning and the understanding, the practice and everything. So what we did for each presenter, you will score 4 points for delivery, 4 points for content, and 4 points for enthusiasm, and that is 12. And for one presenter, you will get 12, 12, 12, 12, add it up, and that's their total score. For the second, the same thing. So each of the judges have their scores, and they have been calculated. We added up for each presenter, and now we have who scored the highest. Like I said earlier, that when somebody has to score maybe for something higher than the other, that doesn't mean that the person who's 1 point off didn't do well. So they have to bear that in mind, that every one of you that presented just the college coming up here, you are the winner. So I call this one. The 5th position comes from San Francisco. Thank you for your presentation. You have a lot of courage. I appreciate you very much. The 4th position, goodness, Los Angeles. 32.5. The 3rd position, Hayward. Super on top. The score is 35. The 2nd position is Chiamaka Dike from Houston. The score is 45.5 out of 40, of course. Yes. The first position and not the land is North Carolina.
They did it. And you just heard it, all of you. My ears are not bigger than yours. So all our kids are winners. Brother Bina, come up. We are about to end this game. So do we have Obima here? Wow, our winner. Okay, I'm going to hand down over the microphone to our president now, who is right here. Let us hear him. We haven't heard him, the youth. We've not heard you, sir.
Thank you. Igbo mmanụ. Igbo ga-adị. Every now and then you read about people talking about the Igbo language and culture. The chance of being extinct, but that is not true. What we've seen and what you've noticed at this convention and everything that you see happening is a clear indication that Igbo language and culture will go nowhere. These young people have really proven to us that they are ready to pick it up. And I am very, very proud of you guys. Let me tell you this. We just left the bishop's office, the bishop chancellor, the auxiliary bishop of San Antonio, Bishop Gary Janet, who will say the mass for us tomorrow. ICCUSA, we have a culture, we have a custom of wherever we go, we try to make sure that we go and visit the bishop or the archbishop that's in charge of the area. So the archbishop happens to be on a travel, and then we're able to meet with the auxiliary bishop. And it happened when I was going, I looked at his name, last name, Janek, J-N-A-K. So I felt like, well, this man must be an immigrant, so one way or the other, because I have one out of the Janek that works with me in my office. So when we got there, I was just looking at the man's face. He was white. And then I kept looking, and he started telling us, we went ahead and introduced ourselves and where we come from and everything about ICCUSA. He laughed. The reason why he laughed is because he is from the Czech Republic. Now, listen, he's a third generation. His mother and father were born here. Grandmother and father were born here. Great-grand came from the Czech Republic. So this is the third generation. But his mother, who was born here, grandmother born here, did not speak English until she went to school here. And this bishop told us that his mother was always being punished in school because she was always speaking the Czech language. But the mother was very proud and very happy that she was able to speak that language, even though she was born here. The mother of the mother was born here. It was just a grand that was born in the Czech Republic. Now, the Archbishop himself regretted not speaking that Czech language. He's looking forward to coming here tomorrow, really, to commune with us in the Mass, because this is exactly what he's looking forward to. So when we told him about our young people, what they're doing, he was so excited. So this is an indication that you guys are really doing a wonderful job. So you all should be proud of yourselves. You had our representative this morning, talking about, how the culture that is all being impacted on you, has a priceless value. So please, keep it up. Keep it up. It is going to take you a long way. And I'm saying this to all our young people here. Like I keep saying, this is for you people. In 2008, the Archbishop of Onitsha, Archbishop Olele Okeke, told us that success without successor is
failure. If we do everything, get all the money, buy the best car, send them to Nigeria, build the best house, and when you go there, you don't have people like you people represent us. We are failures. So please keep it up. I am proud of you, and I am saying, asking the Almighty God to continue to bless each and every one of you. Please keep it up, stay out of trouble, be the best you can be. In Jesus' name.
Brother Jack, I'm with the most well, the judges, Kuno Potakunu, no Makuno, stay photo. The judges, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm handing the microphone now to the president of the Young Adult Ojugo Anyadike.
I'm the ICCUSA Young Adults President, and today this kind of discussion that we'll be having is on increasing young adult participation within our chapters. So as many of you all are aware from your various chapters, it's sometimes very hard for us to maintain that young adult population in our churches. And we're not talking about the youth, we're talking about young adults, so that is from 18 and older. That population is hard because once people get to the age where they don't have to participate, their parents are not forcing them to come, a lot of times they decide to just stay back, perhaps go to different churches and whatnot. So what this panel discussion is going to be hosted by the young adults from the Newark, New Jersey chapter. So Newark, New Jersey was chosen to host this panel because they are a chapter who has been able to, even through COVID, maintain their young adult participation. That doesn't mean that they have all the answers, but they're going to be able to, answer a few of the questions here that we posed to them, as well as answer questions from, you all. So if you all have any questions as this panel is happening, then you guys can ask, get the mic, and we'll pose those questions back to them. Before we begin, we'll allow them to go down the line, and each of them introduce themselves.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Shama Kweze. So basically I'm new in the Newark Young Adults chapter. So I'm a pre-med student, I'm going to become a doctor. Yeah. Hello, my name is
The young adult. See how I'm talking? Can you all hear me? That's how you need to talk. We have to hear what you have to say. Please, project your voice, okay? To be confident.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me now? Hello, my name is Jamal Kweze. I'm actually new in the Newark Young Adult chapter. I'm a student of pre-med major going to become a doctor. I'm so glad to be in this event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Wong, and I'm from the Illinois Catholic Church now. And I'm currently studying to be information technology major, to be a tech person. And I'm so happy to be here with you guys.
I'm Loretta Mitchell. I'm from the Newark, New Jersey chapter. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Joanne and I'm also from the Newark chapter.
My name is Chukuma Ogu, and I'm from the Newark chapter. I studied economics back in undergrad, and right now I'm working in professional management.
ICCUSA, pray! ICCUSA, pray! ICCUSA, pray! I'm Joshua Ogonaya from the New Jersey chapter. I'm an environmental health specialist for New Jersey. I work for Irvington, New Jersey. So I'm happy to be here today. I've been a member of ICCUSA for a long time, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be here for many more years. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, so just to reiterate, the reason why this chapter was chosen is because they have continued to maintain their young adult population even through COVID, where some chapters have almost disappeared. So the first question that we're going to pose, and a few people can answer that question, is how does your chapter in general maintain their young adult participation?
Well, what we do to maintain participation within our church is we have uniforms, as you can see right here, and that we do that to stand out amongst everyone else, and also for the community when there's a funeral or events just after church. We help, we serve drinks, and we also assist them with serving food as well. And during the church, what we also do is we act as lectors, ushers, and we're also the choir as well. So that's how we maintain participation.
And also to add to that is we also have a church, especially our Reverend Father, who's actually here today that support the young adult. He always wants to make sure that we do great. We also have the leaders of the church, the leaders of the mothers, leaders of the fathers. They always make sure they encourage the young adults. They encourage us to participate in church events. Most of us here, I'm one of the people that also participate in the church. I do the usher, I'm also a lecturer at the church. I do so many other things at the church. Why? Because we have leaders that want us to participate and encourage us to come to church every day. That will also help the younger generation to make sure they come to church and also look up to us because they see what we're doing. What we're doing is good, and it will also help them, growing up also.
Yeah, so just from that response, one thing that really stood out to me is that the chapter has the full support of their members. From all of the adults in the chapter to the clergy members in their chapter. If every single person wants to make sure that young adults continue to participate, then there's no way you can lose them. So just going off of that question, the next question is a little bit more specific. What sort of events do you guys host to increase your young adult population? How do you get new members?
Yes, so one of the many ways that we are currently increasing new members is having bake sales, where us the young adults, we use our own resources to buy the produce, and of course our church members, where we make announcements weeks ahead of time, and also our Reverend Father, they had the coordinator of the church also emphasize the bake sale to get everyone involved in the church to come out and support us. We also have what we call the Youth Day, where we basically take over the whole church, talking about prayer, doing the readings like Joshua mentioned, as well as ushering as well, just to have the church know that our presence is there, just to have our presence felt, to know that we have a voice within our Igbo Catholic community. And we also do seminars where we reach out to certain members of the community in areas such as marriage, career, as well as spirituality, what it means to be Catholic in America. And last but not least, we try to have barbecues, picnics, where get to hang out with one another outside from the church, but at the same time still keeping that community that made us come together in the first place. So that's one of the many ways that increasing the popularity in our church.
So as you guys know, with COVID-19 for the past few years, we've seen a steady decline in participation. That's not just from young adults, that's across the church. So the question that I have here is, what steps do you all take when you guys notice a decline in participation within your chapters?
Yes, so one of the few steps that we take is we usually have at least Zoom meetings. During COVID-19, it was so hard for us to all meet up in person, so we have Zoom meetings to make sure we
people that are not able to be there, we make sure we accommodate them. People that go to school, people that stay outside the range, we make sure everyone is involved. And the only way we can do it is also to have this Zoom meeting is very important. Also, like for me right now, I know during the year I was going through some stuff that made me to stay away from the church for like a couple months. And I know how many of our young adults that reached out to me to see what's going on, which also shows that leadership is also important. When picking a leader, you guys need to pick someone that could lead the young adults, someone that could make sure the young adult know exactly what they're doing, someone that could be there for the young adults when they're going through something that they can't really talk to their parents about or talk to their friends about. Have the leadership person that will put someone to the side and talk to them, someone that people can relate to is very important. So when I was going through something earlier this year, I know our young adult president, I know how many times he called me to make sure I was doing okay. I know how many times he came to the house to make sure I was good. I know how many times most of them reached out to me to make sure I was good. This shows that the trust and care that we have for each other is very nice. So once we realize that people are not participating in church, we try to reach out to them, try to see what's going on, really find out why they are not participating, really find out why they are not coming to church is very important, because most of the time people go through so much that they don't really talk about, but it takes that one person to actually make them talk, to actually make them open up. And it's very important to have that leadership, that choosing the president is very important.
So going off of that answer, the next question that I have here is, how do the adults and the clergy, I know that you all mentioned, your priests, how do the adults and the clergy in your church help to support the young adults? So you guys can elaborate on that.
Okay, so there are many ways that the adults in our church support us. One example would be, for instance, when we had the harvest at the church, what we did as young adults was we actually went out and we purchased some items. And what we did was we presented those items at church, and the items were auctioned up at church, and we used the opportunity to fundraise for the group. Another thing that we've done in the past is, she mentioned earlier that we do organize bake sales sometimes. So the bake sales are very important because it allows the adults in the church to come out and support us, and it shows that they really are here for us. Whatever we need, we can always rely on them. And another good example would be just us being here at ICCUSA. Our Reverend Father, what he did was, what he normally does to support us is he would mention or make an announcement in church, and we get monetary donations from like members of the church just to support us so that we were able to be present in events such as this one. And also, so that's pretty much how the church supports us. And Father Erasmus, who always supports us, is actually over there. He's here today. So we just want to recognize him and say thank you for all that you do for us. We really, really appreciate it, Father Erasmus.
So as you guys can hear, it's very, very important to have a priest in your church that is supporting and trying to help the young adults move forward. That is some of the best support that you can have within the church. Someone that can actually connect with your young adults, encourage them, look out for them, and help to move them forward. The next question that I have here has to do with the leadership structure. So throughout ICCUSA, we have different types of executive boards and whatnot. What leadership structure has been effective within your chapter?
Hi, so I'm actually new. Currently we have the president, the vice president, the PR, social coordinator, secretary, and
So basically, with those different positions in our young adult, each role has been very important in making sure that we come together as young adults to continue to have camaraderie, to just make sure that we're, coming together during times that are difficult, like COVID-19. So I feel like Josh had mentioned earlier, we have supportive executive members who will take the time out of their day to reach out to members to make sure that they're doing okay. And if they're not doing okay, we can find ways to support them however we can. And just having those important people who care about the efforts that we make, it just makes a difference. It allows us to continue to do what we do. It allows us to continue to come together and show up in numbers when it matters the most, basically.
So I have just one more question. However, I do want to open up the floor. If people have specific questions, want to make comments towards this panel, things that they can answer, or perhaps just giving some commentary, you can prepare to do that. The last question that I have for them is how do you guys feel that the pandemic impacted your young adults group national education?
Hi, my name is Michelle again. So the pandemic basically affected every one of us drastically because not being able to see each other, we weren't able to hold our meetings like we used to, because before the pandemic, we used to try to at least have a meeting twice in a month, twice every Sunday in a month. So after the pandemic and everything, we weren't able to do that anymore. But we had to back that by doing Zoom meetings, calls, group calls, and sometimes the president would, throw out some suggestions sometimes in the group chat just to get us to communicate. And also, sadly, because of the pandemic, most of our members lost some family members. And as a group, we tried the most that we could, through our constitution that we put in place, by donating the little that we could individually to the member, or maybe through food, food stuff, or just money, or just consolations and advices and stuff, just to help the individual get through it. So yeah, and also because of the pandemic and the space and the gap that it gave throughout the years, a lot of our members have now they've married, or they moved out of state, or stuff like that happened because of life. And even though most of us have moved away, we've always kept that connection. We always made sure that we weren't just a group, a church group. We also made sure that we had that relationship outside of the church, in a godly way, of course. But yeah, just to keep us together, and that's just how we handled the pandemic and handled ourselves. Thank you.
Also, during the pandemic, Mass was recorded. So although the members weren't able to make it into the church, we still kept up with everything that was going on in the church. So again, thank you, Father Rasmus, for putting that together.
And also, I also wanted to thank our president. He's not here today, but also our vice president. She's the one that always makes sure we're on point. I know how many times she calls me. We talk about this Zoom meeting. It's not easy to even set up a Zoom meeting, and it's not easy to make people call into this Zoom meeting. But she makes sure, she will call me 5-6 times. I'm like, Chica, why are you calling me? Leave me alone. But she always calls me, always makes sure we log into this meeting, and it's very important. And I just wanted to thank her, because it's not easy. It's not easy to be a vice president, and she's doing a great job. Without her and the president, I don't even think none of us could be here today. She makes all of things worked out. So I still wanted to thank her. She's right there. Her name is Chico.
Thank you guys for that presentation. So you guys obviously recognize your amazing priest. So I want to give an opportunity for your priest to come up, introduce himself, and just speak a little bit about it.
Ndị Igbo kwenu! Ndị Igbo kwenu! Ndị Igbo kwenu! I am Father Erasmus Okere. I'm a priest for 28 years, and I don't look it. Well, I have a doctorate in leadership, management, and policy, and back home in Nigeria, I was a principal, high school principal for 15 years, and I've been a good part of my priesthood raising young children. I always have 3 policies of interaction with the young people, and then integrating them into what we do in the church, and also investing in them, because we know once they are we have a foundation, we have a future for our children. When I came on board as the coordinator of the Igbo Catholic community, I saw in them a whole lot of resources. But now how we are going to harness them into something that will be able to help them to be able to hold on to their faith, as well as also be a foundation for the future generation. I have these young adults, and I see them as family. I see them as my younger ones, and that I needed to imbue in them the requisite graces they require in order for them to be strong. In our parish, I incorporate them in all the things we do. Like we are coming to ICCUSA, the young adults, they were the people that got the tickets, the flight tickets that we used to come. They were the people that made the reservation for us to be here. You see them get involved sometimes with hunting for the cheapest ticket around 1 a.m. in the morning. They are here because they are participating. And when they are in need, I could stay in 20 minutes and it's between $7,000 and $10,000 for them, for their young adults in Igbo Catholic community in work. Whatever we are doing, whether we are doing Father's Day, Mother's Day, or whatever function they are doing, I simply tell them next week, in 2 weeks' time, I want you to come and meet 6 to 10 people. They will go there, taking care of a lot of chores. They are not ashamed of that, or they are not big enough that they wouldn't want to come. You see them always there, loyal, dedicated, and you see them getting themselves involved in every activity. In the ministries they share, some of them are in the charismatic group, some of them are in the choir, some of them are ushers, some of them do a lot of things in our church. I incorporate them and make them part and parcel of what we do. If they have any problem in their own area, if it is finance, I simply tell the church, my young children, they need something. And in a couple of minutes, we raise more than they need. So they don't lack anything, and that is why you can see all of them looking so elegant and handsome. So I want to thank them really for the commitment they have shown, and they are building a foundation for the younger ones to follow them. Because if I call Joshua, he is not afraid or ashamed to arrange the pews or do anything we ask him to do in the church. This is the kind of leadership we want. And last year, from the young adults, 4 of our young adults waited in the Catholic Church. So you see, they take their formation seriously. And each time we call them, they are always there. So my advice for my fellow coordinators and spiritual directors of other areas, you can follow suit and use interaction, integration, and investment. On our young adults, you will see a lot of surprises in the future. God bless you.
Thank you so much, people. Otito di Jesu. Otito di Jesu. People, with them, I am highly moved. I am highly moved. Listening to these our young professionals. Let me call you. These are our young professionals. The concern we've always had is that at some point they will fall off the cliff. Just like my daughter said, they will grow, graduate from college. When they start working, have other responsibilities, boom, they fall off the cliff. But this is a typical example of staying on that place. And this is exactly what we want to emulate in all the chapters. Please, Father, I am so happy that they came out here and they gave me the credit that you are one of the major reasons why they exist. The support you've given to them. It makes me so happy. It makes me so happy. And I'm happy really to see the father-in-law here. Because this has really been a very big task for us, trying to get our priests to help us in what we're doing. We formed a forum that's specifically supposed to be for our priests. We're going to meet. Each time for our morning, the calls for a meeting. If you get 4 out of 17 chaplains, you've done a wonderful job. And that is really, really, really awful. It makes my stomach sick. Because you would expect our priests will get on that forum, discuss on what to do, how to help our communities, but a lot of our priests do not participate. Father is one of them who's there, but I'm not naked. Because the father I do not hear full of because the father I go on to be I recognize all. Please, all the priests, yeah, please. All the our priests. All our priests. Okay, so we have 4, 5. Okay, 5 yes, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we have more to go. I'm really praying that we will have at least 10 of our chaplains here because we need their support. It is through their support. When you stand up in that pulpit and give that message grows wide and people take it serious. And that's exactly what we've been trying to do. So, Father, I don't want to take so much time, but I'm really happy that you have been very supportive and all of you have been very supportive of what we're doing. Please keep working and keep helping us to bring on board the other fellow chaplains so that we can really move this forward. Also, Jesus.
So just to say another big thank you to Father Erasmus as well as the Newark, New Jersey chapter for participating in this panel. Can we have a round of applause for them? Can we have a round of applause for the chapter? Thank you guys, and the chapter guys will come and take a picture. Good afternoon, everyone. As I said, my name is Audrey Layandike. I am the Young Adults, Igbo Catholic Community Young Adults President. So, knowing all that we have going on around us, the topic of mental health and wellness in our community seems to be a very big topic, not just amongst our young ones, but also amongst our parents. And having that understanding of what mental health really means, what kind of emotional needs that in our culture we don't tend to talk about. So on this panel, we looked around throughout ourselves and we decided that we would look and try to get a therapist amongst ourselves that would be able to speak on these types of topics, as well as some of our young adults who are in training in the mental health field. So I will go ahead. We're running on time. I would hope that we could have had more young people in the room because that's important too, but we will just have to go on. I'll allow them each to introduce themselves. Just introduce yourself, obviously your name, your chapter, as well as what you do for work or what you're studying in school, and then also tell us what made you, get into this field and what mental health and everything means to you. So.
I am a practicing school psychologist trainee, currently at Cal State Long Beach. My father and mother in the crowd, from Los Angeles chapter. For me, mental health and the aspect of it is very important because I think there's a big link between the mental and the physical. Personally, I believe that if you don't have your mental correct, then the physical will just fall apart and collapse. And within our culture and within many of the strong ideologies that we have, I think it's important to understand that your mental health is very important.
For example, as we grow up, we have many parental pressures as well as also strong beliefs within our culture. There's nothing wrong about that. And I understand that growing up that there's a new generational divide between where our parents came and us who are growing up within this country. And at times we feel like as if the mental health of us can be ignored, but at the same time, I think it's very important to understand that we're coming from a different time and that we need to understand that there's many ways for this to be discussed. So for parents, you know, seeing how your child is on a day-to-day basis, how they're performing in school, noticing any mood swings, any mood changes. And as a practicing and up-and-coming school psychologist within the schools, we need to understand that these children, most of it begins at home. We can only do so much at our workplace. But at the same time, understanding the child's background, their cultural beliefs, and their ideologies can go a long way into also understanding their mental health. So that's what I'm going to begin with. I want to pass the microphone to my other panelists.
I'm from the Raleigh chapter, and I received my master's in public health with a focus on maternal child health and focusing on the mental health needs of adolescents in the DC area. And I'm currently getting my doctorate in clinical psychology. And what mental health means to me is, I think that, especially particularly in our community, I think when we think of mental health, we don't think of ourselves. We think of the extreme, we think of mental illness, but we don't realize that mental health pertains to every single person. We all have feelings, we all go through life, we're all a part of this human experience. And there are things that come with that. And taking care of our mental health allows us to be able to navigate those ups and downs as they come, and be able to rely and be able to see the resources that we have within ourselves and within our community, to be able to ride those waves when they come. So I generally think that mental health is very important to every single person, particularly important to our community, because it is something that tends to be ignored, it tends to be suppressed, or something that's not supposed to be expressed in the way that it should be. So I'm really grateful to be on this panel, to be able to open this conversation to everyone here, because it's very important and very timely, especially given the COVID circumstances and isolation and everything that has been happening around that. So thank you.
I'm from ICCUSA area. So I come from San Jose chapter, and my background training is health psychology, or a master's degree in health psychology, and pursuing a doctoral degree in psychology. So this is a very important forum, an important topic for us to explore, because this is a need. It's not just a need for our kids, but a need for every one of us. So, and we see that the need is very pervasive in our culture and in our society, especially as we live in this society and come from our own background, where mental health is not talked about a lot and pursued. So that's why we need to know more about how we can live our lives successfully and train us as kids in a way that will bring them to fulfillment in different ways. Thank you.
Thank you for that brief introduction. So just rolling right along, the next question that I want to ask you all is, why do we feel that mental health is such a taboo topic in our culture? And going off of that, how do we reconcile our cultural beliefs, our identities, and our histories with trying to be progressive and taking note of mental health issues in our community? So.
Okay, so we are Igbos. And we have an idea of how, from our different backgrounds, how mental health is, a very big hush topic in our society as Igbos. So mental health is like a taboo. It's a taboo because there is a stigma attached to it. So we don't talk about mental illness in families. Even if someone in the family has mental illness, it's kind of kept quiet, not shared because of the consequences. And the stigma has personal and public dimensions. The personal dimension, the public dimension is that it's understood that it is a limitation, it's a disability. And the disability is far-reaching in different aspects of life. Job, you can't get a job if you are considered mentally ill. Even when in our traditional societies, when we're talking about marriage, the first thing that people do when they do investigation about marriage is to know if there is a family history of mental illness. So, and once they hear anything like that, they're gone. So it's a very big issue in our society. And the tragic part of it is that even though we live in a developed society, I've been working in the mental health field for over 15 years in different ways. I've worked in school, I worked in universities, I worked in high school, I worked in middle school. Now I work for the past 9 years. I've been working in clinical setting, the Valley Medical Center and in Fremont Hospital. These are specialist hospitals for mental health issues. You see that I rarely meet people from our culture. In all these areas. They don't go for counseling, they don't come for psychiatry services. So, because in our society there is a secret, it's a secretive thing. So people tend to, utilize the family structures we have, extended family system, to talk about conflicts, to resolve issues, or not talk about them at all. Because of the effects mental health has in our lives, people tend to avoid talking about it and avoid seeking help, so that nobody would know that they have mental illness. So these are some of the issues that are associated with it, and gradually, maybe because of benefits of current exposure to researches and studies and the benefits that they have in improving family life, improving individual effectiveness and productivity, maybe our people will begin to turn towards exploring the benefits of mental health services and moving in that direction of promoting it as well. Not just here, but also trying to help. Because everyone here has family back home, and there are a lot of things. Like in Nigeria, we don't know anything about mental health. All we know is that so if you ask someone what's wrong with this person, that's no so or this simpaka, those are the terms. So get it in simpaka, get it here in psychiatry, isimpaka means maybe someone has psychosis, or someone has schizophrenia, or someone has bipolar disorder, or someone has anxiety disorder. So these are what we call isimpaka, and it carries a lot of weight, in our society. So but when we come to learn about what they are, and that these are illnesses that can be treated and that can be managed. I remember about 2 weeks ago I was talking to a hall filled with patients, and I pointed out that mental illness is not actually bigger than some illnesses that people are going through in their lives. You have people suffering from cancer, you have people suffering from diabetes that makes huge changes in their way of life, in their lifestyle, even their diet. Someone who has depression, you can eat anything you want, right? Someone who has anxiety, the same thing. Someone who has a bipolar disorder, it doesn't prevent you from eating anything you want or doing anything or drink. So, but if you have something like diabetes. You are going to have a lot of adjustments to make in your life in terms of what you eat, what you consume, how you live your life. So the stigma associated with mental illness is also associated with ignorance, and it's just that. Not that there's anything about mental illness that is too shameful or for us to take care of.
Okay. When I think about why mental health is taboo, I think of like Nigerians who were growing up, when the person would go do juju, and then like the punishment after they get caught, the person like goes mad, goes crazy. And those are the type of messages when we're young, like you see that, those are things like, you think of the most extreme, and when you're hearing those type of messages constantly, like you can see why there's such a taboo in our community, because it's associated with the most extreme form. We don't see mental health as more than just complete psychosis. That it's everyday, like just being able to feel like you can cry, feel like you can be sad one day and be angry and and talking through those emotions. But we've learned very early on, maybe you would cry and the way your mom will look at you, the tears would disappear. You're not sad anymore instantly, but we're supposed to be able to feel our emotions, we're supposed to be able to have good days and have bad days, and I think that taboo comes with, of course, generation, of course, the struggle, especially to come here, a lot of different life circumstances that pertain to our parents' generation, our grandparents' generation, that now, because they endured a certain situation, that is now the standard because they went through something. So no, if you're upset about something, there's no reason for you to be upset. Do you know what I went through? Do you know how it was for me back then? But it doesn't mean that I'm not allowed to feel how I feel in this moment. So I think when we're trying to move away from that taboo, I think we really need to reconcile within ourselves that we're not betraying ourselves for taking care of our mental health. And sometimes it can feel that way because if you admit that you're sad, admit that you're weak, or or unable to handle something that's going on in your life, you're scared of how that other people will view you because of it, because we're so used to being strong and identified by that strong. Even growing up, you were always praised, I was always praised for how much I can do, all these different things that I'm doing, running, doing all these chores in the house when guests come. Just from doing a lot of different things, and it's when you're so used to that message, it's hard then when you get in a place of I want to not be so strong all the time, or I want to cry, I want to feel weak, and then that comes up, but you almost feel bad, or you feel like you can't do so because you're betraying a part of yourself, you're betraying a culture that's so used to being strong or being used to not expressing emotions. And I think how we move forward from that is reconciling with that part of ourselves and recognizing that it's normal. There are certain things within every culture over time, every generation. There's something you learn from your parents. There are things that you like and things that you don't like, and you move forward with the things that you like, and there are things that you maybe, okay, I don't really want to practice this anymore with my own kids. And I think similarly, if we start doing that within ourselves, and first off, leading by example, so actually taking that step to do whatever it is, whether it's saying no. I know saying no to our parents or saying no to other people can feel very difficult in our culture because we're so used to taking on so much and looking out for everybody. But sometimes it's so much better to say no and do something for yourself, so that way you're in a better position mentally to be able to show up for the people in your lives when it is another situation that they're going to need you for. So if we can change those messaging, and if we can do better with the people around us, with our friends, our family, with just normalizing those conversations and allowing other people to feel comfortable being they're sad or coming to you, I think that'll definitely help. And then carrying that into our next generation and teaching our kids, and then also leading by example. I know even for me taking care of my mental health, my mom, she starts doing more of the things that I'm doing, because she sees okay, it's beneficial. So our parents they learn from us, So, and they're also they're people as well, So when we're doing things and leading by example and doing these things to take care of ourselves, we're showing the kids that are coming after us, but we're also teaching our parents as well, because honestly what they know is what they know, and at the very least, when we know better, we can at least do better. We can show that through their examples. So hopefully that can help us move forward and change that stigma, and at least allow that conversation to open up and allow people to feel more comfortable with it.
just to get the ball rolling. So we mentioned a little bit about therapy and counseling as well. We also touched on, how we as Igbos sometimes we utilize our family structures. If we have a problem, we might utilize our family members to, have discussion. But there are times when it comes need for counseling, for an outside source, perhaps for therapy. So could somebody talk a little bit about, just speak a little bit about therapy and, why sometimes our people are scared when we hear the word therapy? And also maybe talk about, when is it appropriate for you to move from, just maybe a family discussion to, a place where you need a third party, involved in your conversation to help with, what you may be going through.
That's a great question. To add to the two panelists and also adding the previous question, I think that the taboo plus the aversion towards therapy has to do with the strength of our culture. As Igbos, as you people know, we've had a very long history from the transatlantic slave ships to coming to this country to just trying to build and grow our legacy, not only in the US, but across the world. And so as you develop and as you grow, through the various generations, we see that there's sometimes just that divide within us that doesn't translate into the next. And with therapy and with being open about mental health in our culture, that's something that I still was like breaking in to our space. I was talking to our panelist here, Dr. ICCUSA, and he was telling me that there's only 200 psychiatrists to a 200 plus population in Nigeria. And to me, that shows that mental health is not prioritized. But even in our developed world now, it's still something that needs to be grown and still needs to be fostered. And obviously within Nigeria, we have our own personal struggles. Obviously, if you want, between having food on the table or having your mental health, you always want to choose food on the table. So we can see those things and we understand those things. But at the same time, understanding that sometimes through therapy and through counseling, these things can also show that there's more to it than just working hard, coming home, keep working hard, working hard. Because at times as humans, we need to have breaks, we need to refresh, we need to have a third perspective. And as you mentioned with the question about when we think we need another opinion, if we feel as if the support from family is not enough, or even sometimes us being Catholics, God is not, saying to you what you want him to say, I think that you can go to somebody else with another idea, another perspective, and another way to keep on growing and to becoming the best version of yourself. So those are my ideas towards it, and
Okay, so the answer to that question is complex. So it's complex because there are many explanations to that. Why do our people not value or pursue counseling or therapy when they have obvious problems? One reason is that, think about what is going on in Nigeria, for instance. We have gotten used to suffering. Okay, that's number one. Successive political administration come and sit on the table, and they offer feeble resistance, and then yes, and just take things the way they are resigned to their fate. So they don't do much about it. So that's number one. And think about the impact of all the negative things happening in our culture, in our society in Nigeria, where we come from. I'm talking about Nigeria. So there's nothing that people do other than just wait for maybe any other person that will come and deceive them after 4 years and then say, oh, I will do this, I will do that, and then they keep recycling the same people. So people are suffering, and it impacts the behavior of people. It impacts the way we see reality. We take cruelty for granted, and sometimes you see how when I go to Nigeria, I'm shocked that people are no longer sensitive to things that they used to be sensitive to. That's one thing. Second thing is causal, what I would call causal explanation. So when they say that someone has some illness, mental health illness, then there is an explanation for it. What is the cause of the mental illness? So if the cause determines the method of treatment sought by the individuals involved. So if they say that the cause is spirit or witchcraft or that determines what they're going to do to seek treatment. Should we go to Babalawo or to Bibia or to or to a man of God, So and then there is this belief that mental illness is actually caused by bad evil spirits. They are possessed. So a lot of people believe that mental illness is a manifestation of possession, spirit possession. So, and that determines where they go to seek help. So very few people will go to a psychiatrist to take care of mental health issues. First of all, they will go to Bibia, or later they will go to man of God. So for deliverance. So and maybe this mental health issue is just simple, things like schizophrenia, that psychosis. They say that he's talking to himself, he's doing like this, or he's hearing voices and seeing things, visual hallucination, auditory hallucinations. So these are things that if you start taking medication, antipsychotics medication, those things will run away. I remember one day I was assessing a patient with a psychiatrist, and then the patient said, well, I see Jesus and all these things. So the psychiatrist, of course, is familiar with those kind of things. So I said, okay. And after the assessment, he was put on some antipsychotics. After 4 days, then we came back again for the assessment, and I would say, hey, how about the seeing Jesus? Are you still seeing Jesus? Not much these days, So Jesus is beginning to vanish, with antipsychotics. And that's the same thing that is happening at home. We don't recognize mental issue until some people are running around dirty and unkempt and or violent. That's when we know that we have mental illness. But even among ourselves here, we know that mental health issue doesn't have to be maybe schizophrenia or this. It could be maybe adjustment disorder. Maybe you moved from one city to another and you are having a difficult time adjusting. Or someone just lost someone, a loved one, or someone you are deeply connected with, or maybe someone lost a job, and you are trying to, work that out, emotionally, or someone got divorced. If you get divorced, it's a big deal, or considering that. So there are a lot of issues that we classify as mental health issues, not just the person is mad. Before it gets to that mad stage, people already stress from work could be one of them, stress from work. So these are things that people overlook and they don't seek help for it and they don't seek counseling. And counseling is very important because if, for instance, someone got divorced and they are having depression, so if you go to a doctor, the doctor could give you depression, medication, depressions, yes. So, but that's not going to help much. Or you lost a loved one, and then you're having depression, the doctor could give you some medication, but that's not going to last. So you need to address the root cause of that, your depression, for you to feel better. And how do you do that? Psychotherapy. So that person will, and there is some psychosomatic dimension to mental illness, so that if you are having mental illness, it could affect your body functionality. And one example is someone that became paralyzed because his father died. So it was a psychotherapist that found out the connection between the somatic presentation and the event that caused it. So these are issues that where our people need to begin to explore, so that they know how to achieve integral health, wholeness, integral health. It's not for white people, because there is a belief that counseling or psychotherapy is for white people. No, it's not. We are just overlooking them and not really taking them seriously.
I'll just ask one last question, and then we have to round up because the bishop is here. So The last question that I'll ask has to pertain to our young ones, our kids. So what can a parent do towards their children to make sure that they're checking in on the mental health of their children? And what should a parent look for when they are, checking on the, social and emotional needs of their child?
When it comes to what to recognize or what to look for, you know your child, right? So how, especially in children and adolescents specifically, how mental health manifests looks not very different, but pretty different from the regular presentation. Like, people maybe think that depression is just sadness, but sometimes in kids that could be anger. Or that could just be like, being irritated by the fact you're talking to them, or, just like their temper is shorter than normal. You know your child. Pay attention to your child and recognize when things are different and check in. Don't be afraid to ask them. I think it's really important in our culture to normalize asking questions about their emotional health, like asking them how they're doing and actually wanting to hear them. And also, like, a really big thing, especially in like our in the health field, but period, is just also asking them in a non-judgmental way. So asking them to speak to you, but like, obviously within generations there's going to be different, that non-judgmental space is going to look very different. Like how my sister is going to talk to me is going to be different from how my sister talks to my mom about something, but nonetheless, leaving that space open and then also being okay as a parent to recognize that your child may not always want to share everything, but making sure that they know that they can come to you, and having that open line of communication with them, I think is very important, because as kids, we need to be able to feel our emotions. It's very important early on to learn that it's normal to have those emotions and have someone that they trust, which is their parent, to talk them through it. If not, then they grow up like not understanding their emotions and struggling outside of in an environment that's not familiar to them. So I think it's really good to kind of nurture that environment and culture very early on, and to have that relationship with your parents, because it really sets the precedent for your relationships when you go out in the world.
I also think something else that can be added is genuine acknowledgement towards the child's achievements. I think as our people, we're very progressive, which is a great thing. But I think that as a result of that, sometimes we forget the achievements that we've done along the way. And even as we train our children to be greater than us, we forget to congratulate them for the accomplishments that they've completed along the way. Routinely, I've seen us being the first in our class, valedictorian, salutatorians, everything. But it's like they want more. They're restless. They keep going. And I think a parent should sit down and say, "Son, daughter, you're doing very well. You see, again, keep going. It goes a long way."
So unfortunately, guys, we have to wrap up. But just if we could give a round of applause to our presenters. And just know that this is just the beginning of the conversation. So as we've talked about this here, make sure that you're checking in with yourselves, our parents, but also checking in with your children, asking them questions, being, genuinely interested in the responses that they give you. But yes, once again, thank you guys so much for sitting on this panel. It's truly appreciated.
And we also thank you, Ojuko, for what you do for this community of ICCUSA. Thank you so much.
Chanel, we don't get money, I'm nothing. I'm not so with this girl, I got one shutting. I don't move for lace, so let's him cutting. Even after all my spending a year, I'm gonna go to Kembu and tell a year, just here.